with that little piece called Monday by Ludovico Einaudi that we all came to know and love thanks to playing it every single Monday. We start another week together. Welcome in, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us on this wonderful Monday. It is October the 13th. Outside, there is a mixture of sun, rain, and a lot of colored leaves falling down of trees. And that makes me very happy, if you ask me. Favorite time of the year, autumn, and it finally arrived in all its glory. I'm very hyped. And I hope some of you can be too. I know we've got some summer enjoyers out there as well. But well, here we are. Maybe we can at least make it a bit better with some chill music, right? Good morning, 𝙨𝙤𝙛𝙩. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your help today as a mod. Thanks, Michael, for joining. We had Silver in there, Light, Sasha, Marlis, Reaper, Patrick as well. So many of you joining right at the start of the stream. Thank you so much for being here. We also had a hype train, I think even level 2 going on a bit earlier. So let me also thank a few people right at the start here. We have, who started all this off? I think Sasha. Thanks, Mr. Size, for 4 years, 48 months of supporting my work. You know how much I appreciate it, and I hope everything is going well with the, plans and all the stuff that you have in front of you right now. 𝙨𝙤𝙛𝙩, thanks for your Prime sub in month number 46. Then we've got Silver with 45 months. All of you kind of joined at the same time, it seems. Appreciate it, Silver. Thank you so much. Thanks, Marlis, for the 6 months. Doranakar, one of our trusty mods, for the 47 months. And then thanks also, Mr. Size, for gifting a sub to our dear 𝙨𝙤𝙛𝙩, who is each month too drunk to remember resubbing. So I appreciate your help. Also, French Grenadine. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you found a cozy seat somewhere. If you want to say hi in chat, feel free to. Otherwise, thanks for listening. Thanks for lurking. How is your week going so far, guys? Some of you have already suffered through a few hours of this Monday. Others might just start. And a few selected ones have already conquered this day. How are you holding up, folks? Just checking all the cameras real quick. I just put that camera there so every now and then if someone says something stupid, I can just go like, I talk here, and then you do the thing that that you always do in TV shows, right? They do like, and then shockingly all of it happened at once. I don't know. Yeah, the thing is with this camera here, it's like super helpful that it's like mounted on this thing here where I can just move it freely, that's very practical. However, this is also our worst camera that is the most sensitive to good light. And this is the angle from where basically no light comes at the moment. So naturally that's a terrible combination. As you can see, camera quality here, camera quality there. One day it'll work. Silver says, mixture between I do not need to work but ain't real vacation. Very nervous for Wednesday. Does your piano arrive at Wednesday? Is that what you're implying? And Michael, yes, I know that. That is because the Logitech Stream Cam was a great camera to start with, but is a terrible camera to continue working with once you have a more complex setup for multiple reasons. So anyone who's thinking about getting that one, I don't know if it's still like a viable option. I don't know what's been released in the last few years, but when I bought it 3 or 4 years ago, Logitech StreamCam, it was 150 bucks or 150 euros. And it has amazing camera quality for a 150 euro camera if you have like natural lights or if you have very, very good, bright, intense light, right? But the camera quality drops a lot once, you know, you have only halfway decent light. And I'm not talking light like, oh, it's a cheap camera, if you film in the dark, you don't have like 4K. You know, that's not what I'm saying. It's also not what they're advertising, fair enough. But again, if you are working with somewhat not optimal light, you know, it becomes this. And also, second thing, if you have multiple camera setups like I do, and you switch between different cameras, if I switch from this one to this one, you know, sometimes it even freezes for a short amount of time. That is because this camera has a standby mode that you can't switch off, which means every time I'm switching my camera to this one and then switching back, the camera has to be turned on first again. And that's why there's this short second or milliseconds, a few milliseconds, where there's a black screen when I switch to that camera. But when I go back, obviously, this camera is still live, right? This one I can see is turned off again now. So I switch back, it turns on. Sometimes that also leads to the camera having like really bad light. I don't know if you noticed in the past streams, but occasionally I do switch to this camera here, and then it's like reddish, and then I switch back, and then, you know, to it again. And that kind of resets it because it has to be turned off and on again because of that weird standby mode, which then leads to the camera resetting. And the only thing I found with the red tint that I sometimes get with the camera is that if there is something, if there is like not optimal light, again, sometimes it adjusts wrongly. That's the second problem with this camera. And the third, and in my opinion, most annoying problem that you really can't work around very well, is that it resets the settings for this camera each time I reset OBS or I restart OBS. So every time, every morning that I want to stream and I want to use that camera, I have basically my standard thing is like turn off all cameras, go into OBS, everything works, and then I have to spend like 5 minutes adjusting the camera again. That's why also the camera quality here changes all the time, because I can never find the right settings and just slide things in. The light is a little bit different because I get a little bit of more light from outside, or I don't know, you know, different things also, you know, change how I can, or how I put down the settings. So I can not even write the settings down and do the same settings all over again, even though that is already annoying, you know. So yeah, it's a terrible camera to use. But it's a good camera for specific uses, right? If you're starting out, if you have a small budget, if you have good light, or if you're an IRL streamer, the StreamCam is really good because it has an USB-C cable, which means if you are using your phone to stream, you can actually connect that camera. So yeah, I think for that, for like traveling and streaming with your phone, it's a great camera. Even though, then again, most people have expensive phones, right? I mean, I do use a Nothing Phone 2A, which for me was like 250 euros new. And the camera, that's the camera from that phone, right? 250 euro phone that you got either way. 150 euro webcam, you know? So I think the most viable option is just use your phone. I hate that I never really update my phones. I just get a new one once the old one dies. Otherwise, I could install more phone cameras. But I wreck my phones all the time before I get a new one, so. I could do that, Michael, but then I would have to change the way I do things here, because Actually, that's what I'm doing, actually. Wait. When I'm switching here, this is just me switching through different scenes. The problem is, for example, if I go here, it deactivates all the other cameras and just does this one, because otherwise I have to put cameras on top of each other, and then I can only use them in a certain way. You know what I mean? I don't know if it makes any sense what I'm saying. Right. So if it's not that I'm switching, but if I would be switching between different scenes, then yes, I could just leave the camera active. You're completely right about that. But in the specific case where I'm doing, I just have one scene in OBS, but I'm switching through between different nested scenes. So yeah. Amma needs another better second camera, we understand. No, that is totally not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to give you guys some ideas in case someone is thinking about getting a camera. I know the stream cam, at least back then, has been advertised a lot, especially for streamers, probably because of the streaming boom during COVID, right? And in hindsight, I should have not gotten that camera, just go with my phone for a certain amount of time and then switch over to a more higher quality camera like the one you're seeing now. You know, we do have enough cameras though, you know, like 2 is enough already. We're just here for the musics, right? Everything else is a plus. I'm just using that camera here occasionally because I still got it, you know, so why not use it? And Michael says, I have it, not aware of anything better for the same price. Fair enough, okay. Yeah, and again, I mean, we're talking 150 euros here, right? It is money, but not like a crazy amount. Like, it's not 1,000 euros for a Sony or whatever. Also, Xanab, welcome in. Did see you sneak in there. Thanks for being here. Long time no see. Indeed. How are you doing? Anyways, let's continue playing some music, shall we? A little bit more piano for your ears. And since today we want to start the week with a little bit of chill piano, I think we're gonna go for a little bit of Love for Arnolds again. This first one is called Rain. Hope you enjoy. Also, let me quickly catch up with chat here. Silver said, with the camera you said with the light earlier, that the second cam you rarely use is catching not enough light. My first impression was only the color plate, since the front view is warm color and the second more bluish. Yeah, but so this one, it has a little bit of a blue tint. This as well, right? Warmer tint. This one, by the way, has as well. I can show you this camera with, oops, without the tint real quick. Get this. Whoops. So that silver is the standard camera settings of the stream cam. This is how blue it would be if I would do nothing with it. This is just plain camera right now. Now, do you see the difference now? This is kind of crazy, right? And then I already have like 1, 2, and 3 LUTs over it. So we get that warmer tone already, you know? I could get a 4th on it, but that's kind of overkill again, you know? Like between this and this is the colors are just not saturated enough to compete with this, right? So even if I do it warmer, it kind of still doesn't really hold up. There's only so much you can do with these kind of cameras, sadly. And yes, Michael, I do remember that. The Logitech cams have been in high demand during COVID, that is true. So they introduced this with a bit of a higher price and the advertisement for streaming. And again, for people who do IRL streaming who want to be a bit more mobile with their setup and use a decent camera that has USB-C, I think it's still a viable option. Then again, I haven't looked into webcams on this price range for a while, so there might be some better options by now. I don't know. Dextro, hey, welcome in chat. And yeah, Michael, I do appreciate your concern or your help, because yeah, as you say, sometimes these things do fly under the radar, especially since you know, I might as well just look at different window or anything and notice it, but I did. There's a lot of imperfections I just have to run with these days. Sometimes they annoy me as well. Sometimes they don't. Anyways, let's continue with some music. And Dexter says, this is the third time I've come to listen. Thank you so much for being a Wiederholungstäter, as we say in German. I don't know if there is an English word for that. Like, Wiederholungstäter would be someone who's, for example, robbing the same bank twice. I appreciate you being here. A repeated offender kind of sounds... Yeah, but it's probably the closest translation. Is that actually a saying in English as well? A repeated offender? Because it doesn't sound like one, but maybe I just don't know it. Oh, that's lovely, Dexter. Sadly, the only violin I can play is the smallest violin of the world. No, I'm just kidding. Is the VST plugin I have. Repeat offender is the term? Oh, nice. Okay. Well, learn something again. Welcome in, Poji. Alright, so this one is Rain. And I think after that I'm gonna play a second one by Olaf Reynolds as well, just so we have a little bit of music now that we've talked so much. Yeah, this is from Found Songs, and after that I guess we're gonna play Summon. Thanks so much for listening, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. Enjoy the music today, and feel free to, again, say hi in chat. Keep the conversation alive. So this was both Rein and Saman, both by Ludovico Einaudi, I'm saying. That is a blatant lie, folks. This was by Olafur Arnalds, an Icelandic pianist that I can only recommend if you haven't checked him out already. Welcome in, Stistrup. Thanks for being here, and hope you enjoy the music. Thank you also, Carla, for joining. And now we move from Iceland a little bit south. I think this is a Mexican south. Now, I wonder if Mexico's... It is more southern than Iceland for sure. But I wonder if Mexico, like, on which like height, basically, Mexico is compared to Europe. Maybe, like, is it the same more or less as Spain because of the curvature or not? Because a lot of times, if you go around the globe, countries are not at the same, you know, how do you say? Is it a meridian, or was the meridian the one that goes from the north to the south pole? I don't know. But, yeah, at least we're going to a bit of a warmer country with this next thing. And it is called Idea Number 10 by 𝙤𝙤𝙧𝙤, a Mexican pianist who apparently doesn't like naming his pieces. Yeah, exactly, Michael. A lot of stuff is like more southern or more northern than you think. That is very true. Stistrip, thanks for asking. There is. Lately, I don't really do a lot of requests like normally we do have a song list, and then we have a list here on the side with the requests. However, lately I do want to give myself a bit more freedom, which means we don't use that system at the moment. However, you can still check out the song list with this link in chat. And if there's anything on there you'd like to hear, you can just post the request in chat as a suggestion. Just let me know. I'm watching chat. I read you, even if I don't comment immediately. And, you know, if there's nothing like crazy speaking against playing the piece you requested, for whatever reason, I will play it still, and I'll add it manually to the song list. So don't use the song list command to request a song, but just let me know if there's something you want to hear. And Repbold asks, can you play the Transcendental Etude? That sounds like a Chopin etude because it sounds like something that a lot of people would say. Can you play this? And then it's just like the craziest motherfucker of a piece. Sorry for the language. Just happened. Oh, it's Liszt. It's even worse. Oh, love it. Redbold, I love that you you know, think I can play this, because it means you hold me in very high regards when it comes to my skill as a pianist. However, no, this is something I'm not able to play, and specifically not something I can just play by sheet if I'm looking at this. Jesus. Liszt was just a guy who improvised too much and dared to write it down for anyone else to go through the horrors of learning it. I love listening to Liszt, don't get me wrong, but oof. Playing and learning it is just a huge pain in the ass. For that effect, I also needed a microphone over there. Alrighty. I wanted to play some 𝙤𝙤𝙧𝙤. All that amazing transition, you know, with the meridians and everything, all for naught, because I just continue talking instead of actually playing some Mexican pianist. So here we go. This is 𝙤𝙤𝙧𝙤 with idea number 10. Right. As requested, after playing some Gibran Alcocer at the number 10, we followed up with Hammers by Niels Fram, a piece that I added some months back, then completely forgot about it, and then got reminded again by it just a few streams ago, I think. So it's nice of you to follow up on this. I think I need to practice it a few more times. I still play this by sheet, and I sometimes just repeat things because I can't read as fast. And there's like some slight changes that are beautiful in between when the melody comes in the right hand. Ah, that's such a nice piece and such a nice part of this piece. So thank you so much, Sistrip, and I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, that is kind of crazy, Michael. Thanks for for clearing that up. Mexico is the same meridian as Western Sahara, Algeria, Libya, Egypt. Makes sense weather-wise to a certain degree, but for some reason I would have put it a bit more north. I can't tell you why though, because obviously it's super southern, since it's quite close to the equator, right? For some reason, I think I was for some reason putting it below Canada instead of below the US. Whoopsie. Also love Dextro's comment earlier. Says Hammers sounds like some John Cage shit. You just wait until I play what was it, 314, 343 later during the break. I always play this one during the break. It's a banger, a huge, 433 it was. Michael is just, fact-checking me today. You want to get mod privileges for that, Michael? Oh. Folks, Michael is not a chatbot fact-checking me and what I say. He's an actual person. I met him. Love it though. Thank you so much. Actually prefer the more legato feel to it, holding sustain pedal like you did, as opposed to the more staccato feel of the original. Oh, I never heard the original. That's the thing, Distrip. When I play something by sheet, especially this kind of stuff, I barely listen to it, to the original. So, wait, this is played without... Oh yeah, in the sheet music that I have, it only says use the pedal in certain instances. Wait, that's super weird. So it's like more like... I don't know. Like I see it, and the title also makes a bit more sense with the hammers. Is it played on a grand piano? Is this trip the original, or is it like something like? Because now I imagine it being played. Wait, with. Let's see if I do have a fitting piano sound in my collection here. I mean, it probably isn't an acoustic piano, but. Yeah, like with a kind of a upright piano sound. I see there's a bit more played staccato. kind of lost myself in this one again. But I think with this kind of sound, it works a bit better. Because if you use a pedal here, it sounds a bit more washed, you know what I mean? Just probably because there's just more resonance in a slightly detuned piano, I guess, like this. A lot of, you know, like the hammer sounds being part of the resonance and everything. But I see it. And it just shows that piano is not just piano, you know what I mean? It looks sometimes like there's less variety to the sound than there is with other instruments, where just a little bit of a slight difference in manufacturing can influence the sound, right? Or with guitars having different kinds of strings sounding different. But there is a lot you can do with piano as well. Yeah, as you say, it's sometimes also interesting to fool around with this, and it's nice to have the option to do so, you know, with everything that modern technology has to offer these days. As you put it, sick also that the sustain pedal pretty much makes it two different songs. Yeah, how you play a song can make such a difference. One of my favorite examples for that is something that I used to do coming from classical piano is the way I practice certain pieces. And that is if there's a lot of repetition, if there is a lot of stuff where I need to train my muscle memory to adjust to certain jumps, for example, you know, if you jump like that all the time in classical pieces and you have like a lot of different things to remember how to play them, it's not something you can just randomly do, right? You practice it slowly and you just get used to the amount of movement you have to do with the arm as well and stuff like that. And one thing I used to do that I learned from my teacher back then was that you can practice things in a different way, right? For example, if you do finger exercises, you know, oh my God, like I need to answer the door real quick. I think we're getting a lot of packages today and I don't not all of them. Jesus Christ, I swear to God, this is the third time today I'm answering the door. Everyone and their neighbor apparently has ordered this Monday. All right, where was I? Sorry about that. Right, practicing things in a different way. Oh my God, Lisa! I get distracted again. Thank you so much for being here, Lisa and Taka. Is this a mod stampede? Did you guys wait outside, have a smoke together and then came in or something? Thanks so much for being here, Lisa. I hope you're doing well. I am the pack station for the neighborhood at the moment, yes. One of the things that have changed when I moved, you know, to the suburbs. Anyways, where was I? Right, practicing things in a different way. So, finger exercises, for example. That's what I wanted to say. For example, if you are practicing the piano, especially... I know, Taka. It's just a figure of speech. You could also have like a sprite together or something. If you do finger exercises, right, especially things like Hanon, it is a bother, I'll tell you. It just goes like... You probably have heard this, right? and so on and so on. Now, instead of doing that, what you can also do is just play it in a different way. And also practice different dynamics on that, so you don't really waste your time. And you can do the same thing with different piano pieces as well, which is how I, in the end, when I did cover the title song to Shingeki no Kyojin, Good in the Yumiai, this is called in Japanese. You know, it's very fast in the beginning. I did a cover of a piano cover on YouTube, and he goes just wild at the beginning, right? He goes like, oh no, here. And the way to practice that for me was basically just slow it down and play it as a waltz, just again to get my fingers used to where they have to go. And it sounds great. You can fool around so much with that. I tell you, if you play this more often, you practice that way, and you just go with that waltz thing. And again, you can play this kind of as a classical pace, but once you got that down, and your fingers are just used where they have to lie, you also practice this way more, because it's a bit slower, right? You practice it with a more chill and a more relaxed attitude also in your wrists and everything. And then you slowly speed up, you know? Then you slowly go. Also things like where the melody is make way more sense if you play it slower. And then, if you speed it up, speed it up, speed it up, you eventually get here. eventually you get there. But you get the idea. Practicing things slowly is a huge benefit, no matter what you practice. And I think a lot of people underestimate that because they are a bit... and I know that from experience, by the way, because I was the same when I was younger. You don't have the patience, you know? You just want the piece to sound like what you imagine it to sound like as fast as possible. But instead ask yourself, where do I want to go with this? How can I practice it? And then how can I make this practice interesting for me? And who knows, sometimes along the way you discover playing a piece in a certain way that you wouldn't have done, and then you find out it works, you know? Like, what happens if you play this, the first movement, like the third movement of the Moonlight Sonata, and the other way around? And so on, and then you play the third one really slow. You know, who knows? Who knows? Amazing things can happen. Oh, well, yeah, why not? Why not, Silver? Let's try it. Let's try it. It was a joke? You know me better than that, Silver. This makes me want to practice piano again. Go for it, just go for it. Also, potentially caffeinated. Sorry about that. I just saw you sneaking in now. 4 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. All right. Do we want a classical piano or do we want to go for an E piano as well? Is what I'm asking now. Okay, this is quite fast. But I think it kind of works. Let's see. Maybe this is a bit too fast. Also, I think it doesn't work because of the like... That becomes a bit too fast, so probably would have to somehow change it up a bit. What happens if we just play... we go for kind of an E piano here. Super weird to play this without. It's all just muscle memory. I have to sight read again. This is weird. Now we need the bass. No, we need the bass. Let's make it very bassy. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, this is too deep. We need to go up here. Okay, we got the bass, we got the drums, the beat. Now we just need something for the... How about... I don't know if this works, but I'm inclined to try it. What if we put in a shakuhachi here, which is a Japanese flute? Oh god, okay, let's see how this turns out. And after that, we move on to other things. Oh, now we can use this camera, actually. Oh, look, now it's got the red thingy. I go back, it resets. I go in again. It's fine. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. So on. I think it kind of works, actually. Not so well right now because I only looped like the beginning just to see how it works, but I do see a cover in there that I would have a lot of fun playing, but probably would never listen to myself again afterwards. So let's have a quick look at chat and what you guys been up to while I was sinking into that rabbit hole, and then we continue. Bum bum bum. Someone drove 240 kilometers an hour on the A2 a few days ago. I think his speed was fine. Sorry, it was 430? What kind of car was he driving? Jesus. Only on German highways. One saw one on YouTube, says Michael, where the beat started rather slow, and after about 20 bars, it transitioned from Moonlight to EDM. Nice. There's a few very nice combinations of genres out there, but I think with classical music, I find it very difficult. I don't know why, but I feel like a lot of times there could be more done maybe, instead of just what I did, you know. I mean, it's fun if you try it just out, you know, to just go with something like, oh, let's put a beat under that. But I feel like that's exactly what a lot of people do with classical music to modernize it. Let's put a beat under it, or some random dubstep or whatever, and then it's like modernized, you know. I don't know. I feel like that's just like kind of stitched together, and I don't know if there's any other way to do it. But I wish there was. I wish there was like a more consistent and more natural way to blend classical music with other genres. Then again, classical music has always kind of connected different genres, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have things like the Hungarian dances from Liszt, you know, or, well, in the end, bands like System of a Down. Oh, it was a Bugatti Chiron. Okay, that I'm not a car guy, so that doesn't ring any bell. But like, I'm interested enough to quickly Google it. Oh, it's that one that was a Lego set that nobody liked, right? Because it was too expensive. Nice. Nice. But 430 is GG's. I couldn't go that fast with a car on a regular highway. It's just insane. There's certain stuff that can just happen that you, no way you see some things coming, you know, if you go with 430. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Nice. I'm glad you liked it, Lisa. The Japanese flute. It works with so many things. I really like it. In the very early morning, filmed it, I see. So it was for the clicks. Again, it was just for the clicks. Let's go back to the piano. There we go. This is such a chill piece. I could play this over and over again. Sistrip, thanks so much for deciding to reserve a seat. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Welcome to this community. All right, let's do this again. I kind of want to get this down one eventually. Jesus. Oh well. Love Like You by Rebecca Stevens? Rebecca Sugar. There we go. It's from the show Steven Universe, and it is a song that, even though I'm through with the show now, and I'm through with the movie even that comes after it, I still can't get that tune out of my head. The quack in the middle of the beautiful music, that is George, by the way. That is extended living room lore. You have to dig like a few years deep to find out how that happened, but the duck running around here sometimes is called George. I don't even remember if he had a backstory on how he ended up here. Probably, I would say the cat dragged it in, but the zebra dragged it in, I would say. Also, welcome in, dear Badehouse. Thank you so much for 38 months of supporting my work and my music and being a great colleague and friend. Folks, please do check out Badehouse. He is an amazing streamer. Very chill and very authentic. Just, you know, good human being, decent human being, making decent music and spreading some good vibes. So please do check him out. I love that there's still a command for that. I didn't know the command Badehouse still exists. From when Badehouse was here in person. A little bit of new generation Star Wars, I would say. Filoniverse Star Wars. This was first The Mandalorian by Ludwig Göransson. After that, we had Boba Fett, also by Ludwig Göransson. And then Kevin Kynard's theme to Ahsoka, which I also tried to loop a little bit because there's this beautiful passage in it where the strings kind of do this beautiful thing. Wait, maybe I can actually show you by looping it with actual strings. Not what I was looking for. Here we go. Let's see. So the strings do kind of... All right, let's see if we can loop this. Oops. So nice. Realist. Wait. Relius. Release. Oh, release. There we go. Finally was able to read it. Release the Kraken. Makes sense. If you do 𝙨𝙤𝙛𝙩, I'll follow. I'll follow you, deep, deep honey. Where to, though? Will you follow me home? Will you follow me to the toilet? Will you follow me, deep, deep honey? Also, Ursagor, thank you so much for the follow. Speaking of, I do appreciate that. Beautiful piece. So the last thing we did was looping a bit with the Ahsoka theme. Run, dun, dun. I'll follow you to the dungeon. Now the real question to me is, you know, how does he know about my dungeon though? I'm so sorry. All right, it's a deal. It's a deal. Oh man. But you don't have to follow, right? I'll all right. You, at least you got a sense of humor, you know. Like normally we kind of you know, we have a lot of people just coming in, shouting requests, and then fucking off again. So we're not that kind of community, you know. We try to have a lasting, cozy place for people to stay at. But I do appreciate that one. And you know what? I don't really have anything to play right now, so I will actually check out this piece from 𝙨𝙤𝙛𝙩. Let's see. Also, hey Yanni, welcome in. Okay, let's have a look at the sheet music here, because I have not played the game yet. I also have not listened to any of the music. But it is in my favorite key, so that's a plus. It is only in 77 BPM, which is like very chill. So let's see what we can do with this. was without the melody. Are we able to kind of get the melody in there as well? There we go. I think this is as close as we get. Kind of sounded a bit like Gladiator as well. It is Badahaus. Good old Hans. I just thought, you know, I told you guys that I'm thinking about a rebranding, right? Amadeus Music just doesn't cut it anymore long term. We were thinking about the living room. We were thinking about Das Living Room. We were thinking about, you know, I was thinking about so many things. But what I know is, if I ever do compose scores for movies, there's only one name I can choose. And that is Wohnzimmer. Instead of Hans Zimmer. And then I can go. It's not Hans Zimmer, it's Wohnzimmer. You know? It kind of works. Anyway, stupid German joke. Hans Zimmer, since you played piano, this is also quite good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Or instead of Hans Zimmer, Karl Raum. Would also be nice, right? Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Release the Kraken also said earlier, I should play it. It's amazing. Story's great, gameplay's fun, music is amazing. This is what I keep on hearing about it, but I just don't have the time and the time and the budget, both time budget and money budget. I'm a bit short at the moment when it comes to games, especially those kind of story games. I think I haven't played anything beyond, yeah, mostly like indie games or like very short, simple narrative things. But like these AAA games with yeah, with a lot of story and where you have to spend a lot of time in them. Even like just hearing like 20-30 hours for a campaign kind of sounds a bit too much at the moment, you know. It's kind of crazy when I think back when I was a kid. I remember reading like tests for RPGs, and if it said like, oh, you can play it in under 50 hours, I was like, oh, that's kind of slim, you know. I spent more hours in Skyrim, you know. And these days I'm just, thank God for linear gameplay. Thank God for just going from A to B, getting a little bit of story, and then just doing all that in like 40 minutes so I can also still do my laundry this evening, you know what I mean? Also, another new guest in here, Honor Hugs. Thank you so much for the follow. In case you're here right now, maybe we keep saying that. Back from ads. All right. Thank you so much for going through those release. We actually run those every hour, so around this time in an hour, you can expect 3 minutes of ads or a few minutes of ads as well. But we do this to, you know, so people who join for the first time, like you did earlier, don't get pre-roll ads, you know. Just makes it easier to join in, get an idea on what's going on, and just, you know, start being part of the whole thing instead of like being kept out. Thanks, Release. I see Release the Kraken is setting sail as well. I mean, I know there's ways to do this, Release. Like, for example, asking a friend if you can play with his account. But, you know, again, it's just the time. Even if I had it for free. You know how many games I have in my Steam library that I haven't even touched yet? Even though it's not that many, you know? I know people with like 600 games in their library. I have like 60 games in my library, and I played maybe 30 of them. Because usually I just stick with, you know, I started playing Balatro a lot lately. Because I have it on my phone, I have it on PC. I can just do 1 run or 2 runs, depending on how much time I have. Sometimes I can do it, you know, on the run as well, or... like, this is quality gaming for me these days. Just because, you know, when everyday life hits, I don't know how old you are, Release the Kraken. I don't know if you want to share. You don't have to, obviously, but I'm 31 now, you know. I do live with someone. I do this full time, you know, so I'm self-employed, and all that together creates not a lot of free time to just, you know, like dive into it. And even if there is like an hour in the evening, I don't think like, oh, I've got an hour left, let's dive into a fantasy game with a huge lore and a lot of story, you know. It's more like, oh, finally, an hour free. Let's watch some stupid YouTube video and just, you know, chill on the couch and play 2 rounds of Balatro. I have 10 games in my lib and around and less than 50 hours of each in them. But that means, you know, you bought them for a reason, you played them for a while, it was worth it. My brother always used to say, if you play a game a certain amount of time and you divide by the hours played and by the price. So basically, if you paid 1 euro per hour or less, it was worth it, you know. That was kind of like a rule of the thumb, you know, for us. And so far, except for the games I haven't touched yet at all, it was totally worth it, you know. I have like games like Guild Wars 2, where I've spent like 700 hours in them or so by now. And, well, I bought all the expansions, and, you know, I think once or twice I spent like a few euros in gem shop as well for like some quality of life items. But in the end, I think I paid about like maybe 160 euros or so for like 700 hours of gameplay. That is worth it. That's cheaper than, I don't know, going out for drinks or, you know, be part of a sports club or whatever. Not that I'm saying gaming is, you know, you should just play Guild Wars 2 instead of doing sports. But you get the idea. 33, alright. So maybe you can relate to a certain degree. And most games these days are really worth playing though. Yeah, they have like 20 hours of story and then 60 hours of collecting every point of interest on a map that you don't really care about, you know. Do you also stream games or just music? So mostly music, like 90% music at the moment, but occasionally I do Monday, Wednesday and Friday I do music, and then in between I occasionally do other stuff. I thought about actually finishing today's stream with 1 or 2 rounds of Balatro again. But yeah, I just recently started with that, so mostly this is a music stream. But it will expand over time. Occasionally we have guests here, we do interview streams. For example, we had people from the movie business. We had someone who was a polar expeditioner here, you know, stuff like that. I just try to slowly combine things I'm interested in, things I'm passionate about and that I want to share in this stream. That's also why earlier we said we are thinking about a rebranding, or I'm thinking about a rebranding, because Amadeus Music is very straightforward, but maybe, you know, something going along with the vibes of the stream will be nice in the long run. There's your answer. Play Claire Obscure on stream. Well, again, I also only play games on stream that I really care about, you know, or that I play to calm down. But yeah, I wouldn't like the Gothic remake will come out next year. That one I'll definitely play and probably on stream, but I'm not entirely sure about it yet either. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I don't doubt it, Release. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt me having probably fun with the game if I can find the time and energy for it, you know. But the problem is that, especially with story games like this, I'm not really good at streaming them. Like when I stream games, it's mostly stuff that is more like mechanical, more like yeah, revolves around the mechanics of the game, etc. I feel like then I can just play, talk a bit about what I'm doing. But with story games, I'm just sucked into the world too much, and then I'm just quiet and I just play without saying anything. Although otherwise I can't really enjoy the game, you know. So yeah. There's your answer. Play. Yeah, we answered that one. Brontomania, welcome in chat, says, I think I'm around 0.2 pence per hour in Civ 6. You can spend a lot of... How many hours do you have in that game, Bronto? In my opinion, the memory you get out of a game also worth a lot. Oh, the memories, yeah. True, true. Nicely said about ours. So getting 30 hours gameplay, but an experience for life is worth more than 300 hours just having fun playing another round off. Yeah. Did you ever play like story-based games on stream, Badahouse? Because I don't know, if I, for example, play, you know, a game where I you know, where I'm in for the experience, like something like an RPG like Skyrim, or something like maybe Clair Obscur or Gothic, potentially. It takes away from the fun if I know I have to stream. I have to talk about what I'm doing. I have to comment on what's happening. I have to also kind of include chat, you know. The more story there is and the more I have to concentrate on the game itself, the more difficult it gets. Oh, right, Kingdom Come. How did that work out? With that in mind. Think of a ridiculous amount of hours, then double it, so about 3,000. And I will play Enderal on stream, hopefully. Oh, nice. Good one. Good one. Nice. Michael says, I like those simulation games where you can just build, expand, continue forever. I get that. Well, for now though, this used to be a music stream if I'm not mistaken, folks, so let's do something else. Let's sing one or two songs. I don't know if my voice is up for it today, but we've been talking a lot, so maybe it's warmed up now. And let's start with a song by Facesoul. It's called Grow. And it is a song that I do as a cappella cover. So no instruments in this, just the voice. So let's go. And yeah, really, feel free to post in the chat. Again, I can't really promise anything today because I don't know how I feel about certain songs, etc. But yeah, TED Talk Monday. Thanks, Taka, for warning folks before. And Silver says, I paid 30 euros for my 2.5k hours game and wish I had paid more because it's worth it. Last game I bought for the same price I was bored after an hour today. Free MMO game gets me hooked. Surprise doesn't say much anymore. Fair enough. Guild Wars 2 is for free. Base game, just saying. All right. All right. Which key do I sing this? This will take a hot minute, folks. All right, there we go. Broken voice, slower even. this. Maybe a little more reverb. Did I put more reverb on this? And don't be afraid after the darkness is light. So don't you be afraid. And there comes the long night. Long night. Have faith, journey along. If you don't know, the path is long. But if you try, you'll surely grow to heal past the sorrow that be keeping you low, so low, so grow, 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 grow. You gotta grow, 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 grow. You gotta grow, 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 grow. You gotta grow, 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 grow. Even if you're on your own, or even if you can't find your way, even if the journey is cold, believe in night to death, and I know that you'll grow day by day. If you walk with Lord, you'll never be strangers. So grow, 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 grow. You gotta grow, 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 grow. And you gotta grow, 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 grow. You gotta grow, 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 grow. You gotta grow. You grow past the shortcoming, slowly and surely. You gotta grow. We'll make it through. Well, not as nice as I hoped it would get. Not entirely sure if I wasn't just warmed up. I mean, I didn't sing that much, but still, this piece is so much fun, and I still wanted to play it. Yanni, thank you so much for the work, Lurk. Hope you get some stuff done. And let's see. Mass Effect 3 was requested. Hey, Demigod. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for saying that. I'm glad you liked it. Oh, and once and for all, we already played. Because I do have the sheet music open for that one. So I've got good news for you. Let's do that. And after that, no more requests. Maybe a bit of Skyrim music, since we've been talking about Skyrim a lot. Or you guys have been. $48? How much is that? There we go. I don't know if this one is on the song list actually, but if it isn't, We can surely add it. Ba-da-da-da. It's a nice piece. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Hey, Mograph. He has cheat music for it? Of course. I always have cheat music for this kind of stuff. And Marley seems to be a fan as well. Nice. Glad you liked it. Let's see. I never know if my mods are on it already or not. Ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Alright, let me add it. And once and for all. Artist. Oh, this is Clint Mansell. Oh, this is amazing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Clint Mansell did the soundtrack to Mass Effect. Now I gotta listen to it because Clint Mansell is actually one of my favorite movie score folks, you could say. From which wait, there we go. From which part is it? From Mass Effect 1, 2, or 3? Because then I'll just add it in brackets as well. 3. All right. Thank you so much. It is part of the song list now. Nice. Play once. Such a great song as well. That was a lot of reverb. Ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come, you can hide. I'm gonna find you and take it slowly. I don't know, here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. How did the rest go? I don't know, it's rapped, right? I'll just try it. Now that I escaped, sleepwalker awake. Those who could relate know the world ain't cake. Jail bars ain't golden gates. Those who fake, they break when they meet their 400-pound mate. If I could rule the world, everyone would have a gun in the ghetto, of course, would giddy up on their horse. I kick up a rhyme, drinking moonshine, and pour a sip on the concrete for the deceased. But no, don't weep. We collapse in a state of sleep, thinking about the robbery that I did last week. Money in the bank could look like a drag. I wanna play with pellet guns from here to Baghdad. Gun blinds, think fast, I think I'm hit. My girl pinched my hips to see if I still exist. I think not, I'll send a letter to my friends. A born again hooligan, only to be king again. Yeah, ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and make you want me. I play my enemies like a game of chess, where I rest, no stress. If you don't smoke, says less. I must confess, my destiny's manifest. Some Gore-Tex and sweats, I make tracks like I'm homeless. Rap orgies with Paul G and Bass. Capture your bounty like Elliot Ness. Yeah, I splash if you represent the few, but I'll hex you with some rich brews. If you do voodoo, I can't do what you do easy. Believe me, frontin' suckers give me heebie-jeebies. So while you're imitating Al Capone, I'll be Nina Simone and defecating on your microphone. Ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. You can run from the stars. I got, oh baby, hey baby, cause I got a lot, oh yeah. I don't know where this part is from. Yeah, ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Gonna find you and make you want me. Well, it was fun in the beginning, but later on, I just don't know the song well enough. Gonna find you. Well, yeah, definitely Silver. It's a nice mix, definitely. Ready or not, here I come, you can hide. Also, funny enough, or a little fun fact. This, I had a earworm, as we say. Like, I couldn't get the song out of my head when I was around. How old was I back then? Like 12, 13 or something. Because a version of this without the vocals was part of a, kind of an 8-bit game that I played back then. And for some reason, I had this in my head, without the lyrics, just like these well, synth voices kind of going like, doing what I just did, right? This melody line. And for some reason, for years and years, I did think that this song was by Enya. Don't ask me why. My mom was listening to a lot of Enya back then, and I also had kind of an Enya face around Enya face. When I was around, yeah, also around that age, like 10, 11, 12, something. And yeah, it's so weird. And my mom always used to say, no, it's not by Enya, I know. And I was so stubborn. No, I'm 100% sure. Follow your muse. Did follow their muse, it seems. And their muse was already here. So they ended up here with us. Thank you so much for being here, Follow Your Muse. Appreciate that. Thanks for the follow. Same as I always thought that in the next song that I'm gonna play, I always thought that it was featuring Linkin Park for some fucking reason. Always thought that Emerald Sword is Manowar. Nice. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that's just from the time back then when we still gave around music. I had so many things on my PC, just like some random audio files titled 01 and then the title without the artist, sometimes just the artist without the title. It was just normal. Same with, there was a Bring Me the Horizon track, and when I got it, it spelled Home Sweet Hole instead of Home Sweet Home. And I thought, okay, my friend who gave me that probably misspelled it, so I renamed it. And then you listen to this song for like 10 years and always thought it's called Home Sweet Home. And then I actually got the vinyl of this album by accident. And I checked the back and it said Home Sweet Hole. The track is actually called Home Sweet Home. You know, stuff like that. We don't have that anymore. You just check your phone and it just tells you the name, you know, or like dot wave. Yeah, exactly. Just make that wer was 0102, etc. Great stuff. Great stuff. Oh god, Michael, I'm sorry that my bot thought that this one was Link. My mom listened to a lot of Enya back then as well. Possibly here and there now as well. But Enya is a great singer, just saying. I mean, if you're in the mood for the kind of music she makes. Adding songs from other artists to the download files of bands was quite common back then, was done on purpose. Wait, adding songs from other artists to the download files of bands. Oh yeah, so they got shared more? Yeah. Like you wanted to download the newest Linkin Park track and then you ended up with a whole album of like some random indie rock band. Oh, good times though, good times, you know? I wouldn't want to exchange it for you know, the Spotify era. Anyways, the song I was talking about, that I thought was featuring Linkin Park. Let's play that one, and then I think I'm gonna hop into a short break because I need one. We did do 2 hours straight today. So that was Evanescence with Bring Me to Life, a song that for some reason I always thought was featuring Linkin Park in the chorus, which is not true, by the way. In the meantime, we got a raid from Sam. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us. I think this is the first time for me reading your name. So let me quickly check your channel out. Ooh, you seem to have just started out, right? We are at less than 100 followers here, folks. We have a rare drop of a streamer here. Please do check him out. Leave a follow. Let's get him a little bit closer to those first 100. How are you doing? And what made you start streaming? How long have you been streaming for? Oh, this was your first stream even. Oh, so I'm your first raid? Am I the first streamer you decided to raid? In that case, what an honor. What an honor. History has been written today. Our generations and generations after us will talk of this fateful day when Sam raided here for the first time. Streamed once, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, so like around COVID as well. This is the first time returning. Nice, welcome back. Like all jokes aside, it's always nice to welcome another pianist here on Twitch, so welcome in and welcome back. It says here, guys, welcome to my Twitch channel. My name is Sam. I'm a pianist and composer from the UK. Nice. What kind of stuff do you compose, if you don't mind me asking? I'll be streaming piano requests and covers on Twitch. Check out my YouTube. All right. So plenty of stuff, and also a YouTube channel where you can get more if you'd like to, folks. Check some out. And Sam, if there's anything I can play for you, feel free to let me know, as my mod said. Relaxing piano stuff and video game music. All right, what's your favorite video game soundtrack-wise? Soundtrack-wise. Also, Perowin, thank you so much for joining us with the raid and for the follow. Much appreciated. Have a seat, get some snacks. Yeah, hope you have a good time with us here in the living room. And my mom is here as well, gifting a sub as always to people raiding. Thank you so much, Mom, for the gifts up to Sam. And yeah, to the raiders who came with Sam, welcome in. My name is Amadeus. I do play the piano as well. I'm also a pianist and composer, you could say, from the south of Germany. And I have been streaming here for the last 5 years. For the last year, roughly, I've been doing this full time, next to other music work, of course. So yeah, I appreciate every ear I can bless or torture with my music, depending on who you ask. Hey, no worries, Chit. Good of you to join at least now. Thank you so much for being here. And also, Sam, thanks for the follow. I think you got a link to the song list from Turka earlier, right? Yeah, Turka is just on top of things again. If you'd like to request anything, I was about to do a break, so maybe we can do your request and then head to the break. Because I need to, you know, follow the call of nature. All right. All right. Probably Streets of Whiterun. Oh, which one was Streets of Whiterun? No, this was Oblivion, right? Ooh. Streets of Whiterun. I always forget which is which. Let's quickly listen. Oh, I was close. This is not part of our Skyrim medley yet, I think, right? Jeremy Soule does like his E minor. All right, you know what? I'm gonna check something. If that works. We might be able to loop it, but no, okay. Oops. Wrong key. Let's do this again real quick. Fucked up the loop. Dun, 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 dun. Right? Okay, where we start? God damn it, I hate this key. But we'll get there. All right. This doesn't work as well as I thought, looping it, but we can still play it like that. I need to add this though to my medley. Dun, dun, dun. Well, time invested, thing we got out of it. This time, not entirely worth it, but still a fun ride. Did Sem find anything else on the song list, though, is the question. Because I'd still love to play you something. This was more like fooling around. That kind of escalated and took up more time than anticipated, but if you're still out there, Sam, feel free to post it in chat. Otherwise, I'll do a few other pieces from Skyrim. We do have an Elder Scrolls medley, although yeah, it's missing a few pieces, like Streets of Whiterun. one is my favorite. I have to say the next one. 𝙨𝙤𝙛𝙩. Alright, no worries, Sam. You're so welcome. Thank you for sticking around for a bit. I thought we lost you already. And yeah, hope to see you soon and hope to catch you live soon. Real quick, if you have time, let us know if there's a specific time when you have planned your next stream so people know when to expect you live. The one where you asked before was from Skyrim. Now we are at Morrowind. Because the piece, the Ďeral Mountains, is something that occurs in both the Morrowind and Skyrim soundtracks. So this is a nice transition. And now we're going over to Oblivion. Alright, there's still the Bard songs left, but I think we're going to skip those today. Keep them for another time. And I'll finally go into my break half an hour later than I anticipated, but my bladder is starting to cry. So I better go get going before we have an accident on stream. Anyways, we'll be right back for a little bit more music or maybe a little bit of outro. Let's talk about it when I come back. But I just want to quickly say thank you for listening so far. Hey, welcome back, Reaper, and good job on getting another day at work done. Yeah, you're coming right back after for the break, but I'll be back in about 10 to 15 as always, and then we do continue a bit, and we'll go a little bit longer than 6 today. Okay, so thank you again, and stay awesome. See you in a little bit. Whoop. All right, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for the patience during my short break. We'll be now here for the next 50 minutes before we raid out at 6. Yeah, without any interruptions. I think there shouldn't be an ad break either. No. Okie dokie. So we just played some Skyrim, some Morrowind and some Oblivion, right? We have about 50 minutes to fill. I do not have the time to go overtime today, so we'll actually raid out around 6. So I'm punctual for dinner. All part of being a part of a household now. I still got to get used to that, folks. Still got to get used to that. So, all right, Mollis. You have a good one. See you on Wednesday, maybe? Or, yeah, who knows if I got the time in between, maybe for another stream. We'll see. Let's stick with piano. Oh, I know something. It's something still connected to gaming. It is something, whoops, that kind of is relevant at the moment. Just a little bit ago, Silksong came out. A lot of people had been waiting for that game. Me not included though, because I just played the first one for a little bit. What I did like though was the atmosphere and the music. So let's dive into it and do, yeah, 3 pieces from Hollow Knight and then the theme of Silksong, kind of as a medley. Do you feel like singing today? We can do one, sure. My voice is not like at 100% today, but we could try, depending on what it is. What are you thinking, Reaper? Let me know in chat while we play this next piece, and then I'll check later. This was wrong, I think. I see. Yeah. Well, that was a little bit of music from Christopher Larkin for both Hollow Knight and then at the end, Silk Song. Does anyone know where this is from? Alright, I think we're going into a loop. Reaper, I'm thinking about doing One by Danger Dan. If it's fine, since we did Alles von der Kunstfreiheit gedeckt a while ago. There's another one that goes in a similar direction. Maybe I'll do that one. But let me quickly try to loop this thing here first. It's a 7/4, oh god. Oh god, 7/4. I think we need a synth pad or something, maybe. No? Ooh, do we have anything more chill? Jesus. I'm not happy with it. Can I... Oh yeah, I can. Alright, let's have a look at that synth. Where do I do things? There. I don't need a quicker decay. Quick release. And now add reverb again. Okay, good enough. Oh, oops. Okay, now I wish I could read drum notation. Maybe we can figure it out together later, but first we need the... Dun, 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 dun. Let's have a look at chat real quick. Sounds like Warteschlangenmusik. It is kind of close enough. I can read drum notation. All right, maybe we can get some input from you in a second. Okay, I have an abbreviation here as well in the notation. This is so weird. Is this SWL or SWI? And what is it? Strings with legato? I don't know. All right, maybe we do the drums first. So, I do have different things here, right? I guess that, let's go to drum set here real quick. All right, that the different notes are different things to hit. Okay, I think the between the two most southern lines, how do you say, the lowest lines, that's probably the kick, the how do you say to that in English? Anyways, that, and then we got what would be a C. That's probably this. So and then the X is probably this, right? And if there's a line across it, it's probably this. So it's probably something like ooh, but with a 7/4. Not a drummer here. Ach so. Ich glaube, ich habe es grob raus, einfach durch die Art, wie ich selber hier meistens spiele. Und weil es Sinn ergibt. Falls mal später noch was nicht unklar bleiben sollte, würde ich dich nochmal fragen. Aber ich glaube, damit kommen wir relativ weit. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ay. All right, let's wait a second. Okay, wait. We need to loop the whole thing, oh god. Okay, we're recording drums live for the first time after just randomly learning how to read that shit. Okay, We'll get there somehow. I wasn't recording this. I wasn't recording, guys. Shit. All right, let's do it again. All right. Now we need the bass. Oh no, F. Did we go offline? No, we didn't. All right, where's the bass? I think we're gonna go with a synth bass here too, just to keep the vibe. different pack. Where's all my synth basses? Maybe we got one here, analog. Oh, this one is Jesus. Oh, god damn it, I want to do something with that. We can use this one, I think. All right. Okay, where are we though? I think I need to go without this here. Oh god, the bass is so weird. Wait. Okay. finally through. Only one thing left. That's that. Not that. Jesus Christ. Okay, do we have... Just want some simple... Whew. Less that and more simple. Okay, maybe we go to different thing. Maybe I have better lead here. Why not? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, not so easy to play just by sheet. Oh, and you were all just staring at my face instead of actually seeing what I'm doing. God damn it. Yanni, you have a good one. Yeah, to those wondering what this is the Balatro background music. And I mean, we fucked up with the music, right? But I think we got the sounds. I think we kind of nailed. Well, we have one song left by 𝙤𝙤𝙧𝙤 to play. And that's a song called In Gloria Victoria. In case you don't know that much of 𝙤𝙤𝙧, Reaper, I think this one will be a nice addition. After that, we will actually raid out. So, guys, this is the point of the stream where I already say thank you so much for your kind support, for your presence today, and for keeping me company while starting the week on this Monday. It's slowly getting dark outside, and you know, when it's getting dark in autumn, it is time for tea, it is time for blankets, and it's time for a cozy evening with all the nice little lights on in your flat. We will see each other Wednesday the latest for a regular stream at 2 p.m. Same on Friday. If you want to join us, then again, feel free to. We'd love to have you, of course. Huge thank you, of course, as always, to my dear mods. We had, I think, Rob lurking, we had Serene lurking, we had Doranica in here, we had Turka in here, Stallion Man. Thank you all so much for your help. I really appreciate it, and it does help a lot. If you want to connect with me outside of the stream, feel free to check out our Discord or follow on Instagram. I do post something when I go live outside of our regular streaming times as well there. So you find all those links with the link that Turka just posted in chat. Same as links to my music on Spotify, other platforms that you might use. Yeah, feel free to check it all out. And if you did enjoy your time with us and you might think about supporting the stream or how you can support the stream while getting a little bit out of it as well, you can check out our Ko-fi. There's different tiers on there for, you know, different things. You can get like piano lessons, you can get an additional piano improvisation each month, stuff like that. Feel free to check it out as well, and thank you already if you are considering it. Yeah, other than that, not much to say. A quick shout out to the people who are already supporting me monthly and our work here together on Ko-fi. Those amazing people are Afis, Kevinius, Doranica, Doodles, Fishlicious, Frankie, Clara, Lisa, Lord Brazor, Memela, Mograph, Mr. Bala, Mr. Sizer, Rob, Silver, and Xanep. You guys are legends. Without you, I probably wouldn't have the the balls, quite literally, to do all this, right? And here we are now. So copy the raid call in case you want to say hi. Over where we are raiding, we'll be raiding. Who will we be raiding? Whoop. Let's have a look who's live. You know what? Is anyone streaming Balatro? That would be funny. Yeah, there's not a lot of people, but there's people. Would be kind of funny though. How many people are actually live with this game? Oh, not a lot actually. Should we just... Yeah. Since I do want to stream Balatro as well every now and then, let's actually raid a Balatro streamer. Just to start connecting a little bit with that community as well. Now, we don't have a lot of people in there, but that means we can actually support someone a bit more. Yeah, let's hop into this guy's stream. He's got 245 followers. Let's support the small streamers. And who knows? All right, so our last song, In Gloria Victoria. I already say thank you and goodbye. You have a wonderful rest of your week and your evening. Thank you, Reaper. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I appreciate you a lot, and we'll see each other soon again. It's a German song, a little bit aggressive, and if you want to know the lyrics, well, maybe we'll translate it next time. Hochverehrtes Publikum, vorab eine Entschuldigung, doch ich muss die Gelegenheit ergreifen. Jetzt, wo ich mir Gehör verschuf, im Genuss bin eines guten Rufs, eine 20 Jahre alte Rechnung zu begleichen. Erwarten Sie an dieser Stelle eher ein Niveaugefälle. Es steht Ihnen frei zu wählen, andere Musik. Aber meine Wenigkeit wartet schon eine Ewigkeit darauf, dass sich die Gelegenheit einmal ergibt. Das Victoria-Gymnasium in Aachen schmückt sich auf Wikipedia mit meinem Namen. Bekannter Schüler, diese Schule soll ich mal gewesen sein. Das ist grundsätzlich zwar richtig, aber jetzt mal im Detail. Dass ich dort Schüler war, ist etwas übertrieben. Ich hätte mich eher als Geschädigten beschrieben. Denn neben Mathe und Latein brachte man mir dann auch dabei, dass ich nicht pünktlich und nicht arbeitsam und tugendhaft im preußischen Sinne ähnlich einem Roboter, der Ja und Amen sagt und die Vokabeln lernt und andere verpfeift, sowie ein Hilfs-Sheriff des Lehrkörpers insgesamt recht aufmüpfig wohl sei. Schon am ersten Tag wurde ich zum Direktor zitiert. Präventiv hat er gesagt, dass er mich rausschmeißen wird. Da hab ich noch nichts gemacht, geschweige irgendwas gesagt. Drohten sie mir schon mit ihrem Repressalienapparat. Kinder haben nicht genug Angst vor den Noten. Man muss sie gleich mit der Exklusion bedrohen. Dieses Konzept funktioniert zwar nicht bei dem, der exkludiert wird, aber sorgt dafür, dass der die Bestrafung nur beobachtet, aus Angst zu einem pünktlichen und arbeitsamen, tugendhaften, im preußischen Sinne ähnlich einem Roboter, der Ja und Amen sagt und die Vokabeln lernt und andere verpfeift, sowie ein Hilfs-Sheriff des Lehrkörpers und insgesamt nie aufpfiffig wohl wird. Stell dir vor, du bist der junge Danger Dan. Glaubst du, du könntest das im Ansatz nur verstehen? Natürlich nicht, ich war ein ganz normaler Jugendlicher, der sehr gerne kifft und dabei Rap-Musik hört. Nach ein paar Monaten im hohen Bogen bin ich von dieser Schule dann wieder geflogen. Und der Grund meiner Entlassung war ja klar, dass ich nicht pünktlich und nicht arbeitsam und tugendhaft im preußischen Sinne ähnlich einem Roboter, der Ja und Amen sagt und die Vokabeln lernt und andere verpfeift, sowie ein Hilfs-Sheriff des Lehrkörpers und insgesamt recht aufmüpfig wohl war. Schüler und Schülerinnen nicht nur dieses Hauses, besprecht das Lied hier mal in eurer nächsten Pause. Die sagen zwar, dass eure Noten mal fürs Leben wichtig seien. Ich bin Musiker und glaubt ihr, ich kann Noten lesen? Nein. Ich kann euch sagen, ich hätte viel früher drauf scheißen sollen. Ich hätte viel früher die ganze Welt bereisen sollen. Macht doch was ihr wollt, aber eines prägt ihr euch mal ein. Ihr müsst nicht pünktlich und nicht arbeitsam und tugendhaft im preußischen Sinne ähnlich einem Roboter, der Ja und Amen sagt und die Vokabeln lernt und andere verpfeift, sowie ein Hilfs-Sheriff des Lehrkörpers und insgesamt recht aufmüpfig wohl sein. And with that, we will raid out. You have a good one, folks. Copy the raid call in case you wanna make some noise over there. Oops. There we go.